Hello, everyone. Good evening. It looks like it's 7 o'clock, so I'd like to call the meeting to order and make note that we're uh, meeting on Zoom uh, due to an abundance of caution over the pandemic. The first thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda. I assume everyone's taken a look at it. Do we have any discussion before we vote?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
yes, I would like to remove items 6E, G, I, J, K, and L from the consent agenda.
Can you say those again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So it'll be 6E,
E.
G, I, J, K, and L.
What, I don't, on my agenda, I don't have an item L.
That, President Ziegler,
Yes.
managers, on Friday, late Friday, I sent out an email with item L attached to that. That is it's just to adopt an electron with signature policy, just to put into policy the practice that's already been happening by routing around contracts for signatures. So it's resolution 23-014.
23-104?
014.
01. Mr. Cook or Manager Cook, anything else?
One moment, please. Let me look. I would like to move item 9A to be discussed under the, let's see which item, I believe it's be 7G, which is solicitation of professional services. And then, excuse me, there's one more item I thought. No, I believe that's it. Thank you.
Any other discussion or motions?
I move we accept the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Manager Pedersen and a second by Manager Cook. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Manager Crafton?
Yes.
Manager Duval?
Yes.
Manager Cook?
Yes.
Manager Pedersen?
Yes.
President Ziegler?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item is matters of public interest. Welcome to the board meeting. Anyone may address the board on any matter of interest in the watershed. Speakers will be acknowledged by the president. Please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Additional comments may be submitted in writing. Generally, the Board of Managers will not take official action on items discussed at this time, but may refer the matter to staff for further report or direct that the matter be scheduled on a future agenda. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak from the public?
President Ziegler, Rod Fisher has raised his hand.
Okay, I don't see him, but Rod, Mr. Fisher, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, board and staff there. My name is Rod Fisher. I assume you can hear me, so I will proceed.
Yes, we can hear you.
I am the new vice president of the Duck Lake um, um, Eden Prairie Duck Lake Association, which is our official name. And we've just formed as a group completely surrounding Duck Lake. Our board has representatives on all sides of Duck Lake. And I wanted to just say that we're very excited about working with the Watershed District in improving the health of Duck Lake and the future of Duck Lake, and that we are off to a great start with lots of good cooperation with your manager there, and just wanted to introduce ourselves. So again, Eden Prairie Duck Lake Association is off and running, and we're looking forward to time with this board and this association and improving Duck Lake. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Any other members of the public that would like to speak at this time? Oh, I see Mrs. Torkelson waving her hand. She also has it raised, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Mrs. Torkelson, please proceed.
Yes. I live in Eden Prairie at 8956 Braxton Drive, and I read an article that leads me in the Audubon Society magazine about the conundrum of salt, of road salt, and they stated some things, and I was wondering where we stand in our watershed district. They state that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's chloride concentration threshold is twice as high as Canada's, which seems interesting. And then a team of scientists has found that more than half of zooplankton populations died when chloride concentrations were at or below the threshold, even the threshold set in Canada. So I kind of wondered if the watershed district has their own threshold that they use, and are we trying to keep lakes and rivers at concentrations that will protect the zooplankton and other wildlife?
That's a great question. I'm not sure we have an answer for you today, but it's certainly something that we're very concerned about, the salt pollution. And, you know, on days like today, it's obvious there's a lot of salt getting out there, and it only has one place to go, and that's down to the creeks and lakes and so forth.
President Ziegler?
Yes, Manager Crafton?
Yeah, so would Josh have an idea? Yeah, Maxwell?
Yeah, managers, we are currently monitoring salt concentrations in our lakes. We do it monthly during the summer, and then obviously the winter is when we're going to get those big pulses during melting events. So we have a rotation. We do the Riley Chain of Lakes for 3 years, and then we pivot and do the Purgatory Chain of Lakes for 3 years and sample the water for salt specifically. We also look at different stormwater ponds. We have a set of ponds specifically over by the Eden Prairie Mall area that drain that the mall there, and just to look at the salt concentrations, and they're very high within the stormwater ponds. We've had a couple lakes that we follow where we kind of map it against the MPCA water quality standard for salt concentrations. And most of our lakes are well below the salt concentrations. Every once in a while during these large melting events, some of our smaller lakes approach that threshold. Lakes like Idlewild, which is a high value wetland, we have seen in the past it consistently not meeting the standard, but the past couple of years it has met the standard. So
Do you know if MPCA their standard is higher or lower than the US EPA? offhand?
I do not know offhand, or to compare to Canada's number. I'm not sure off the top of my head, so.
Okay. Also, I kind of wondered if that's where citizen science can help. Sounds like you're only monitoring. So for 3 years, nobody's looking at a stream, maybe more like 6 years, since you're doing once, one
Yeah,
creek at a system at a time.
I
Can
would,
citizen science volunteers help with that? I think there's salt test kits. I think the Isaac Walton League does a lot with kind of save our streams.
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, I was gonna say that Manager Crafton and I have discussed it, and I think it would be a really nice initiative to start, much like citizen assisted monitoring programs for the lakes or our Adopt a Dock program. I don't see any reason why we couldn't implement something along that line as well.
yeah, one other aspect I didn't mention is we assist the Metropolitan Council with their WOMP stations. That stands for Watershed Outlet Monitoring Program, which basically it's a station at each end of each one of our streams. So Riley, Purgatory, and Bluff Creek have one before it empties into the Minnesota River. We assist Met Council in monitoring those, and they have done some long-term data analysis, and it has shown that specifically in Riley and Bluff, salt concentrations have increased, and it's significant. They can significantly measure that it has increased over time. So also, I could share that report with the managers if they'd like.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
So you track the zooplankton too, right?
Yeah.
Josh?
Yep, in certain number of lakes. Usually I'm looking at the lakes that we have larger projects going on. But we do have some zooplankton monitoring on most lakes, at least.
So we might look
yeah.
at that correlation to see
Yeah, we could.
if we're seeing an increase in what's happening to the zooplankton counts.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Torkelson.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
in light of this discussion, I'd like to move that we refer this matter to staff for staff to come back with their comments on the issue, pros, cons, possible solutions, but not to spend an inordinate amount of time until such time as we would direct them to, put in substantial amount of time.
We have a motion by Manager Cook. Do we have a second? It seems like a pretty good idea to me, so I'm going to second it. Any further discussion?
My sense of it, so Manager, President Ziegler,
Yes.
my sense of it is that staff would probably already be looking into it just based on this conversation. So I'm not sure what we're directing them to do.
President Ziegler?
Yes.
Managers, if I may, I think a simple first step would be just to come back with a report to the managers, what exactly programs do exist within the district that we're working on, everything from the HCCI program to, to other initiatives that we're undertaking, sampling, and then go from there.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
to the extent that my motion would need to be amended to incorporate what Administrator Jeffrey has stated, I so amend my motion.
I agree to that as a friendly amendment. Any further discussion? Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
No,
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, do we have any more citizens who would like to speak?
Seeing any?
Okay, then we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is reading and approval of the minutes for the December 6th, I'm sorry, December 7th meeting and workshop.
President Ziegler?
Yes,
Managers, before we begin the discussion, Manager Cook did send to me his comments. I was unable to incorporate them in because I wasn't certain which ones to incorporate. So I just want to clarify that. And then as well, you, President Ziegler, did reach out to me stating that you had no comments, but that was what I had heard from managers.
okay. Should we start with Manager Cook? I looked at the notes that you sent to Administrator Jeffrey, and it seemed like there was some highlighted spots, but only a few changes. Is that correct?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, I'll confirm that. I just highlighted a couple of those, particularly where, yeah, my name was mentioned so that I could look at those more carefully. But I mean, I'm happy to go and point out where I made changes. I think first one that struck me was on page 3 of 26. I hope my pages are the same here. I think goes to line 88. I was concerned that we took, and I made the motion. However, we took an action during a work session, and I'm not sure that's permitted. But it was just a recess, so maybe that's okay. So that it seems to me it's a procedural one as opposed to a substantive one. So unless Mr. Smith has some objection, then I think it's always okay for us to take that action. Okay, so my first change here, if you go to line 92 and 90 of my markup, was to simply add after the word Zoom due to the continuing pandemic. Since that right now, other than an emergency, is my understanding are the only bases for holding a Zoom meeting. Then I can go forward. Then was page 13, line 353. And so this is an overall question, and maybe this is for discussion at the governance committee, and because we'll get Mr. Smith in there. I'm concerned that we have resolutions. We make friendly amendments to the resolutions, but as far as I can tell, we do not attach either the resolution, whether or not amended, to the minutes, which I think should be done certainly in the case of an amended resolution. So my suggestion is that a parenthetical or brackets be put in there, a copy of the amended resolution attached here too, as a suggested methodology. It's just saying there's a friendly amendment doesn't tell us anything, especially since it's a resolution.
Well, unless the resolution were attached as amended, right, to the notes.
Yeah.
They're in the board packet ahead of time, but if they're amended, then it seems like the amended resolution should be available for anyone looking at the notes. Mr.
Yeah,
Smith, do you have a comment on this?
I'm sorry, did you say Minister Jeffrey?
Oh, I
Mr.
said
Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, okay.
Oh, I thought you said Mr. Chip. I think the main thing is we want to make sure there's an accurate record of the resolutions as adopted. And I'd look to Mr. Jeffrey to describe how those are kept and how they're accessible. It might be a little confusing to have only resolutions that were amended included and appended with minutes. So I think the key is to have a central place where the resolutions are kept as they are adopted. And Mr. Jeffrey can maybe speak to that.
President Ziegler, managers. Yeah, as we talked about in the governance meeting, last one, that yes, we do need a way for them to be accessible to everyone. Right now, we take them, we do amend them. The secretary comes in when she's available to sign them and reviews them, and then they are kept in our OneDrive folder. We have drafts approved and then amended ones in there, and then the final copies are kept in a binder, but we can certainly make that available in whatever format the managers would like that to be made. It's up to the managers how they would like it to be presented to them, and we can certainly make that happen, whatever that case may be.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I guess it seemed to me that if we have an amendment to the minutes or to something, we should be receiving something to show what the amendment was, so we can vote to it and say, yeah, right, that was the way we wrote it, and that's the way we amended it. Otherwise, we don't know how it was revised, rewritten, and whether it is in conformity with the actual amendment, which are often oral amendments. So let's put it this way. I think it should either be provided at the review of the minutes of the next meeting. I think it would be nothing wrong with attaching a copy of the drafted amendment to the minutes, but perhaps what we should do is put this over to the governance committee for their consideration and recommendations to the managers.
President Ziegler?
Yes, Administrator Jeffrey.
Managers, I do have one thought, and then we could discuss it in more detail at the governance committee, but that would be to simply on that line item, in this case, it's line item 4, just have a B that would be the resolutions, and that would just, so there would be item 4A, which would be the minutes, and then item 4B, which would be the resolutions from the preceding meeting.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
that may be a good suggestion, and as I said, I think this is a good topic to cover at the governance committee meeting, and get Mr. Jeffrey again to reiterate that, and then come back as part of the governance manual with a recommendation, because that's where we keep our processes, or I believe that's where we should be specifying our processes. So
okay, any other changes to the minute? The meeting minutes? Manager Cook?
Mr. President, well, I already made the comment about, I think the copies of the resolutions as approved should be attached, but that'll be a discussion. And that was the basis of my comment on page 15, starting at line 421. But in particular, an oral, any type of oral motion resolution, according to our current bylaws, is supposed to be put down and set forth in writing. And then I believe should be given a number and included in whatever methodology we're keeping track of our resolutions. So, again, this is something I think we can flesh out and better during the governance committee meeting, come back with the specifics. My next line item would be, if I can continue, the line 464. I said before, generally, unless it's a direct quote, you don't use contractions, so it should say Manager Cook said he would. If we go down, my next comments were, I've already discussed the same issue at 495 on page 17. Don't need to rehash that. And that's all the comments that I have with respect to this draft.
Okay, do any other managers have comments or corrections to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, do we have any motions regarding the minutes?
Mr. President.
Oh, I think Dorothy is on
Oh,
mute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I
Manager,
move we accept the minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
Mr. President,
Manager Duval.
so I didn't get my question out there quick enough, but I think at the last meeting, we talked about having some kind of goals or a statement of goals attached to the agenda items. Is that something that we're still contemplating, or does that not fit here, or?
It's something we're planning. We hadn't, I think the ones that were put in by staff, the staff know what the reason they're on there. I'm not sure. Well, a lot of them that are, on there every month that,
Right.
the engineers report,
Yeah.
the staff report, that type of thing. And the permit requests, I don't know that there's any reason to
Okay,
add information for those, but certainly on others, I think you're right that, we should have a description on why they're there.
President Ziegler, Manager Duval. Yeah, we're working on a format of a memorandum, just a typical cover memorandum that would go on each item.
okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the minutes as amended and a second. Any further discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes, and Mr. President, for the record and the minutes, I heard Manager Cook make the second. Is that what?
That's correct.
All right, Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes,
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so that's the reading and approval of the minutes. The next item is the committee reports. The first committee report is the Citizens Advisory Committee. Do we have a member from the Citizens Advisory Committee that's going to speak tonight?
President Ziegler, Marilyn Torkelson is here.
Yes. So we had a meeting. The only motion that we passed was in support of the discussion that the Board of Managers had around the purchase of the property on Duck Lake and Frederick Miller Springs, both to protect those properties from development for water quality and wildlife benefits. The motion was made and it was approved unanimously. We discussed some of the benefits for the watershed, including, preserving the natural areas for water quality benefits and an opportunity to showcase best management practices, more welcoming and visible place for community outreach events to engage the public about water quality issues. That was kind of it. I thought I had understood that that staff was going to put together a report. Is that not on this month's agenda? Maybe a future one?
Administrator Jeffrey, do you have a timeline for that? I don't know, at least a verbal report. I don't know if you need to make a written one, but as to the possibility, obviously we'd need support from some kind of a grant.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, presidents, regular managers, I have been looking for grant dollars that would be available. I reached out to the Minnesota Land Trust, and I'm trying to find a realtor really to work with to figure out if we can get these, what they would be. Given the holidays, though, I must admit I haven't had a tremendous amount of time to do anything, nor have I had much success in getting a hold of people at this time. So.
do we have an idea of how soon we could look at that?
Yeah, I would like to be able to bring something to the February workshop to get the managers to consider for a March meeting decision on how you want to proceed.
Okay, any other questions or comments for
President Ziegler.
yes.
So, Terry, Julie Moore, who used to be the Director of Communications over at the City of Shorewood, is now working part-time in real estate. She would be a perfect person to talk to about that property.
I know Julie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding the CAC?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
just on this particular issue, I was wondering if Manager Crafton, I believe she's still involved with the Isaac Walton League, and if that organization would be a good resource to perhaps assist Mr. Jeffrey in coming up with possibilities and alternatives. In addition, I'll mention that there's the is it National Conservation Alliance? There's a number of them. I'd be happy to provide that information. Mr. Jeffrey, I had to make small contributions to a number of those organizations, but there are a number one Environmental Defense Fund, although they're involved in litigation, et cetera. So happy to provide that information.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
So if we're talking about salt issues and salt citizen science, the Ikes have been doing that. They're already working with the Pollution Control Agency. And we can certainly get them to make available things to test for salt. I'm not clear on exactly which focus we're talking about here, but we've already got something in place, and Pollution Control Agency is using some of it and promoting it.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Just so there wasn't any confusion, I was directing my comments to the CAC motions for the Board of Staff pertaining to bringing back some information report to the managers regarding possibilities concerning Duck Lake and Frederick Miller Spring, just so clear it as to what I was referring to.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Unless there's other comments about this or questions about the CAC. Okay.
No, but the Nature Conservancy is also another organization that I believe buys and preserves property. That is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next committee report was
Mr. President,
Correct.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But I believe it'd be appropriate to have a motion to accept the Citizens Advisory Committee report and minutes.
Are you going to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second it. I didn't hear anyone else jump up, but any more questions or comments on the CAC report? So we have a motion and a second to accept the CAC report. Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
very good. The next item is confirm board representative at the December, well, it can't be December 12th, but anyway,
Yeah, no.
the
President Ziegler?
January, yes,
It's January 16th.
okay, January 16th CAC meeting.
I'm happy to volunteer.
Thank you. Manager Pedersen, will put your name down. The next item is to accept the Personnel Committee report. Apparently there was no meeting. Is there a report?
No, we don't have anything.
Okay. The next thing is to accept the Governance Committee report and minutes. We did have a meeting. The minutes are attached. They're draft minutes, not yet approved. But I think they were pretty good. So is there any questions or comments on the minutes or the Governance Committee in general?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
just so I know we cover all of this, I believe you'll concur, we've been discussing possible changes to the governance manual. There's some proposed changes, including by staff, by Sharon McCotter, myself. A copy of that, I believe, was included in the packet. And I believe at this, at the next governance committee meeting, I believe there'll be a discussion about recommendation to have a workshop to, if necessary, to go through the proposed changes and answer questions. I think a workshop would be a better venue to address any proposed changes.
That makes sense to me. It seems like, the just getting through them all is a major task. And I think a workshop would be a better place to do it than a board meeting.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Okay. Unless there's other questions or comments regarding the governance committee. Not seeing any. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President,
Cook?
I'll
Yes.
move that we accept the governance committee report and draft minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I believe the things that remain on the consent agenda are resolution 23-001, which was item A, item B, the staff report, item C, the engineer's report, item D, the December construction inspection report, item F, Groveland Elementary permit number 2022-060. And Item H, adopt resolution 23-002, adopting the official publications of the district.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I will move that we adopt resolution number 23-001 as drafted with the revisions to be revised to list the items that you just listed as being on the consent agenda, and that we thereby accept the reports listed and approve the resolutions included in the consent agenda.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. I do have one question on the item H, the resolution to adopt the official publications. I noticed that Chanhassen has 2 official publications, and one is redundant with other cities. But I was just going to ask, is there a reason we have 2 for Chanhassen?
President Ziegler, managers, no reason other than it's listed as being in their service area.
And Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I just know that some people get one publication versus the other. And I think that's why I believe we have traditionally included both publications for that reason. I know we had a little issue at one time with getting it in both publications. So I believe that's why it has traditionally been included. And correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Okay, so if we're happy with that, then are there any other questions about the consent agenda? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the first thing that was pulled from the consent agenda is to approve permit 2022-053 Fox Ridge Development. Manager Cook, I believe you requested this be removed. Do you have?
Yes. Yes, Mr. President, if I could continue, I have some questions so I can understand the permit here. If I can proceed.
Yes, please proceed.
So so I have, I saw my list here. I have like at least 3 questions here. But my question was, there is no riprap diagram that I saw. Maybe I missed it. I'm not good at reviewing diagrams of riprap. I don't know if anything's going to be changed on that property, but if so, maybe direct me to that diagram. The second question I had has to do with the riprap and any requirements. Are we have any requirements for water retention on the site? Because it was my understanding that when we passed the rules, one of the big issues was buffers along lakeshore. And my understanding is that what was approved was no requirement for a buffer per se, but the intent was to try to apply a best management practice to help to retain or slow down water going into the lake. So that my second question, is there any water retention requirements? And again, I apologize. I believe there's some diagrams about some infiltration things. I'm not good at reading diagrams, so I appreciate that if that was explained. My third major question was, storm sewer, and where does it go now? An explanation of, I understand the proposal now is a culvert that ends up going into Lotus Lake. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'd like to better understand what kind of pre-treatment or treatment is going to be, part of this this permitting of this development.
Mr. Sobiak or Administrator Jeffrey, can you take us through this?
President Ziegler? I was just going to turn it over to you. So yes, go ahead, Scott.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. To answer your first question regarding riprap and riprap placement, there is riprap proposed for the project where the outfall will discharge into Lotus Lake. If you are able to go to sheet 3, probably like page 20 of the PDF.
Sheet 1, 2.
The lower left-hand corner, there's a detail of the riprap at the outfall. Showing that they're planning on putting in granular filter material as well as filter fabric, and then the required riprap with a small stilling basin to help slow down the water coming out of the new pipe.
Engineer Sobiak, could you describe the location of this outfall relative to the shoreline?
Sure. So, and that's going to get into Manager Cook's third question a little bit here too, in terms of there is a new discharge proposed to discharge stormwater from this development into Lotus Lake. And Administrator Jeffrey, trying to find the right sheet here for you to go to. You could go to sheet 7. And scroll down a little bit. Right where the word Lotus is of Lotus Lake on the right-hand side of the sheet, the L for Lotus is just to the right of the proposed storm sewer discharge. So what they're proposing is three new, tear down one, the existing home, rebuild a house there, and 2 new homes on lots further to the west. Lot number 3 is the furthest to the west. There will be an underground stormwater infiltration retention system that will discharge water to the west the way it currently discharges into the wetland and continuing to discharge to the west. Lot number 2 and lot number 1 will both have, or each have, a underground stormwater infiltration system and detention system. Those 2 are connected together into a storm sewer pipe that then takes the flow to the east, down the steep slope there along Lotus Lake, and then discharges into the lake near that L for the word Lotus. In terms of retention on the site, they are providing enough retention in these underground infiltration systems to abstract the required 1.1 inch of runoff off of the impervious surface for each of these lots.
So Mr. President, if I could interject.
Manager Cook?
So, Mr. Sobiak or Administrator Jeffrey, the Fox Hill Drive is that existing? Am I correct?
Correct.
So where does the storm water for that street go?
The stormwater for Fox Hill Drive, pretty close to where the word Fox is along Fox Hill Drive, maybe just a little bit to the west. There's a high point in the topography, and the flow will work its way down Fox Hill Drive to the east and then back to the north and be collected in a storm sewer catch basin that's roughly 300 feet about to the north, and then discharge into Lotus Lake. The western portion of Fox Hill Drive discharges to the west and then into stormwater ponds and wetlands that are further to the west.
So, Mr. President, if I can continue some questions.
Manager Cook?
So are we increasing the amount of stormwater generated on that street by these properties, given the fact that I assume that we're going to have at least 2 additional driveways? And have we considered taking that into consideration in deciding whether or not the discharge from the site meets our rules?
The discharge from the driveways, they're proposing to tilt the driveways such that it'll come back onto the site rather than out onto the roadway so that it can be captured in their stormwater BMPs. So they will not be increasing discharges going out to Fox Hill Drive. They are also slightly reducing the discharge of water leaving the site to Lotus Lake and to the west to the wetland.
If I could continue, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
So these underground water capture, they'll be the typical infiltration type. And then if the water exceeds, or there's supposedly if it exceeds the 1.1 inch, only then would it end up contributing and going into Lotus Lake?
That is correct. Anything beyond that 1.1 inch would be held in these systems and released at a slow enough rate that it's not increasing the rates for the 2, 10, and 100-year events into Lotus Lake.
Well, and then if I can follow up here, I'm concerned about, more water going into Lotus Lake. So are we requiring as part of this affirmative maintenance agreements, easements, or whatever it is on these infiltration facilities so that, and then second part of that is, which only dawned on me when I was looking at this, do we require any financial or security to make sure that they're maintained or cleaned out?
President Ziegler, managers, prior to a permit actually getting released and before construction can start, the applicants are required to record on each of these on the property, each lot, a maintenance operation and maintenance declaration that details out the maintenance that is required as well as the annual reporting that is required. In terms of a financial assurance, there is a required financial assurance of $247,780 for this project. That financial assurance is held by the district until the site is fully stabilized and the BMPs are shown to be functional.
If Mr. President, just follow up, please.
Okay.
Just the last item here, but am I correct? Is my understanding correct that there is actually no financial assurance for the ongoing maintenance? In other words, the financial assurances you just discussed, assuming that it's properly installed, et cetera, in accordance with the permit, all those financial assurances would be released. There wouldn't be any retainage to ensure that maintenance was done in the future.
President Ziegler, managers, Manager Cook, that is correct. In terms of future maintenance activities, there is no financial assurance requirement in the district's regulatory program for that future maintenance activity for this or any other private property.
Mr. President, that's all I have regarding this item.
Mr. President,
Manager Duval?
just kind of a follow-up question on what Manager Cook was talking about and Mr. Sobiak. It sounded like the water drainage was really very nuanced in terms of having it flow back into the property. Is that nuanced to the point? I mean, how do you actually measure that going forward, that they've complied with that component of the permitting process?
has be prior to the release of the financial assurance, the developer is required to provide as-built drawings of the site that document that the elevations and the stormwater facilities and this outfall are constructed the way they are shown on the plan sheets. And those elevations will then allow us to determine if the drainage follows the planned drainage has approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any motions or any further discussion on this particular item?
I'll move we accept permit number 2022-053 Fox Ridge Development.
Mr. President,
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mr.
Manager Cook,
President.
do you have a question?
No, I just, a friendly amendment that we adopt the resolution set forth in the report provided to us.
Okay, Manager Crafton and Manager Pedersen, do you accept the friendly amendment?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the permit 2022-060 Groveland Elementary.
I think that was,
We already
was-
approved that in the consent.
Oh,
agenda.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Pay application
Right.
6 for Rice Marsh Lake.
Yeah. So resolution 2023-12, application number 6 for Rice Marsh Lake water quality. Manager Cook, I believe you pulled this one as well.
Yes, if I could continue, please.
Sure.
So my question was, I'm a little confused. If I read the letter of December 13th, it says that there's still a shrub remaining to be planted, and I understand it wasn't obtainable. But if that's true, they're going to be planted in 2023. The way it looks to me like we're paying out all the money. And if that's the case, I don't think we should be doing that. I would think we would be holding the remaining amount until the last tree was planted. Because the problem I see is small amounts. It's sometimes easy to ignore. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not wrong, I would not vote to approve this.
President Ziegler,
Yes. Mr.
Manager
Sobiak.
Cook. Administrator Jeffrey, if you could go down one more page, please. The last line item in this table, item 00, is the additional shrubs. For the additional shrubs, the total for all 7 shrubs would be the $574. We are recommending payment for 86% of that, or the $492 to cover the 6 shrubs that were planted. So 6/7 essentially payment. So at this point, we are not recommending payment for all 7 shrubs, just 6. Come spring, we would, following the installation of the 7th shrub, they would request payment for that.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
I'm kind of confused here. It shows that total completed. So what's the remainder due under the contract then? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. Is there then some, that $100 and whatever dollar difference that's going to be remaining due?
Correct. That would be remaining due, and then there's a $500 retainage that is still being held.
Well, the
In addition to that, there was ongoing vegetation establishment that is also outstanding that will be paid every year after they complete it.
so why what am I not getting? It's so we only have a $500 retainage, am I correct? And we're paying out $492. I'm not understanding the math. I'm sorry.
We have $500 retainage plus the 574 that are owed for 1,074. Of that, we're paying the 492. And then we still have a roughly $15,800 worth of ongoing maintenance yet to be paid to them as well.
Okay.
So to help clarify that, there is the column in this table that shows the percent that's been requested and paid. Line items M and O, M's all show 0%, meaning that those are still funds that the district has. The contractor has not completed that work and therefore has not been paid for it. And then the item O, we discussed that they've done 86% of it.
President
So-
Ziegler, so what I understand here is that when they come back and do their maintenance, Scott, they're just gonna plant the shrub when they're back there doing the maintenance on what they need to do in order to get the next payment, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Well, it's Mr. President, if I can continue.
Manager Cook?
So why wouldn't our documentation include the change orders? I mean, it's trying to piecemeal, in other words. So trying to put these together. So we got a total contract. So we have to go to page, let's see what page it is. Let's see which page. Page 6, I guess it is. So is this the summary of the original contract plus the change order? And so what are we that shows the increase, but it doesn't show the amount of work done on that page. Is that correct?
On page 6, that is correct. That shows the amount of increase via change order. And in particular, this change order, the $574, and shows you the new contract total amount of $595,404.23. But this change order doesn't show it shows the change in the contract amounts. Those contract amounts only get paid after the work is complete. And they've only completed 87% of that work.
So we're subtracting from the 595,404.23, basically the 584,906.56, which should leave us after this payment, the 574. Is that correct? I didn't.
Manager Cook, I'm not following the question.
Yeah,
I think you're trying to get at the amount of dollars remaining in the contract. Is that correct?
Right, which if this payment is made, are you saying it's what is it? 1,445 or
It's roughly $10,000. The difference between 595 and 584. 595,000 and 584,000. The difference between those two.
and is there a reason why we're not continuing our retainage?
Because the project has been substantially complete. And once a project is substantially complete, we no longer hold retainage. We need to, by law, release that retainage. We are able to hold the $500 because there's some paperwork that they still need to give us at final closeout.
Okay, it seems like we spent more than enough time on this. It seems like, it's done correctly according to our current policies. Do we have any last questions or do we have a motion on this? So I'd like to make a
I'll move
motion to,
approval.
okay,
I was gonna move approval of resolution number 23-12.
and I'll
Second,
second, okay. Motion by Manager Crafton, second by Manager Dwell. Any last questions before we vote?
Mr. President, I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Okay,
I would like to see a little better explanation of the status of the contract when we get to a point where we're paying out we have no retainage left, but there's other things to be done. So in the future, I would appreciate at least if the memo addressing the payment would flesh out the full extent of the project, including the other change orders, the other work left to be done, and again, a reminder why we're not withholding any funds from this.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I believe that brings us to item number I, which was resolution 23003. Terry, does that match your notes?
That is correct, President Ziegler.
Okay, this is designating US Bank the official depository of district funds. Manager Cook, I believe you asked for this one to be pulled from the consent agenda. Do you have questions or comments?
I just had a couple of amendments to it. So I move to adopt resolution 23-003 with the following amendments. And first of all, that the manager would be myself now, I guess, offered in insert the adoption of the following resolution and moved for its adoption, and then insert which motion was, and then seconded by whomever. And then if you go to the paragraph that starts with and I believe the word instead of affirm should be directs that investment services shall be provided by the 4M fund.
So, did you make a motion with
Yes.
an amendment? Okay.
Right.
Do we have a
I
second?
move that we adopt this with those changes.
Do we have a second, or can staff explain why this is needed? Apparently not. Okay. I believe these were all prepared by, or looked at least, and reviewed by legal already. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, to be clear, I don't have any objection to changing the word affirms to directs. I think the spirit of this is we're continuing with previous designations and affirming that they continue. But directs is a perfectly fine word.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Manager
You're on
Crafton, you're on mute.
Thanks. Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda was resolution 23-004, designating depository for permit assurance bonds, letters of credit, and cash escrows.
Yeah, Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
I move the adoption of resolution number 23-004 as presented with the following change. That change being the insertion in the first line after the word adoption, we should be comma, which motion was, so that we have proper grammar.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Smith, do you have any comments on this one?
No?
Any other managers have any comments or questions?
Nope.
Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. For my notes, who seconded the motion? Manager Pedersen, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda was adopt updated resolution 22-092, change task order 40 to 42.
Yes. Mr. President,
Yes.
I've asked this before. I think there's simply a typographical error, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe it'd be appropriate to move for adoption of resolution number 22-092 as presented with the following amendment, I believe, in the second line of the now therefore paragraph. Should that not read task order 42?
Good
Or
catch.
do I misunderstand that?
That is correct. Thank you. Yes.
Okay,
So my motion is to adopt resolution number 22-092 as presented, with the change being that paragraph, now therefore paragraph, second line read task order number 42 instead of task order 40.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further comments on this item? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item, I guess, was item L. And in my notes, I just have the signature policy 33-003. 014. Administrator Jeffrey, can you
Yep,
explain
I'll
that
share
to us?
that. Let me share my screen here quick. President Ziegler, managers, yeah, this is a resolution prepared by Smith Partners. We already utilize electronic signatures for our contracts, but it has not been adopted by resolution by the board. So this is cleaning that up so that we have a resolution stating that we will do electronic signatures for the items listed.
Mr.
Manager
President,
Cook?
yes. Yeah, I have, well, one issue that befuddles me a little bit is that in the first paragraph that's numbered 1, it says RPB CWD may accept and utilize electronic signatures that create digitally authenticated signatures. I don't know what that means, and I looked at the statute, and my reading of it, and I'm sorry I only got to it today, did not make clear what digitally authenticated signatures are. In my experience, those are different than a signature, say, which is a PDF of a, handwritten signature. And so I would like to move that we refer this back to staff and legal counsel with the direction that they review that requirement for digitally authenticated signatures, for the reason that I think it requires more than what we want to require. My understanding is we accept PDFs all day long with people's signatures. We accept emails with people's typewritten signatures. And as I read this resolution, that might prohibit us from accepting those. So the long and the short of it is I would like us to, I move that we refer this back to staff and legal counsel to take another look at it in light of my comment that I'm not sure what create digitally authenticated signatures are, and that this might be more restrictive than what our current practice is. And I would suggest that maybe staff and legal counsel consider that the resolution state our policy being that we intend to accept electronic documents and electronic signatures as otherwise authorized by law, and if necessary put in a provision where for example, the district administrator can, reject any one if the district administrator doesn't believe it's authentic, or can request for additional proof of authenticity. I'm sorry to be so long-winded at it, but I'm just afraid that the way it's drafted restricts what we're actually doing and accepting.
Administrator Jeffrey, I know you worked with Smith Partners on this preparation. Does this, and you know what we're doing today, is this something you need to take a look at and bring it back at a future meeting?
I guess I would prefer to defer that question to Mr. Smith, given that this is his area of expertise. I do know that the other items where we do accept PDFs of a handwritten signature tend to be on items such as permit application. I'm not certain. I believe paragraph 2, and I'll let Louis speak to that, but I believe paragraph 2 would not preclude that, but perhaps I'm wrong.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. President, managers, Mr. Welch is the one in our office who's dealt with this the most. My understanding is that we are operating in such a way that we do not accept contracts that are PDFs of signatures, that we require this authentication system. And there's a number of, packages that are out there that rely that, but the same way that you would now do a real estate transaction by electronic signature, it's an authentication system that makes sure that there's a means of identifying the parties that are executing the document. So I do think it's our intention to not allow generally the simple scan of a signature. And that's what paragraph 3 there.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
again, I repeat my motion to send this to legal and to staff and make sure we're all on the same page as to what we're accepting and what we're not accepting, what we're okay with accepting via electronic signatures. I can only tell you that in my experience, in the commercial practice is that but for promissory notes, mortgages, real estate deeds, PDFs of documents signed are accepted. And in fact, I think there's also a federal law to that extent. So I just think it would be, since we're already doing the practice, nothing that I read in the statute said we had to adopt any policy. Before we do so, I think it would behoove us to take a good look at it and make sure that we're not cutting off or saying we're not going to do something that we want to do vis-a-vis electronic documents and electronic signatures.
we have a motion by Manager Cook. Do we have a second? Okay, I aware that we have used the electronic signatures in the past for certain documents. And I see in the text that it says that except that Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek Watershed District may accept such electronic signatures on permit applications when the administrator confirms the intent of the applicant, which is, I think that's exactly what Administrator Jeffrey had said. For applications, permit applications, we do accept the things like the image and so forth as listed in this document already.
President
So
Ziegler, may I make a motion that we accept resolution 23-014 as written?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on accepting the resolution as written. The original motion by Manager Cook failed due to lack of a second. Is that correct? Or is there anybody? Okay. Fails due to a lack of second. Do we have any further discussion on this item before we vote?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
I don't think this is a best management practice to go into this. And so as I read this, no email that's just typed works. And in fact, no signature that isn't a created digitally authenticated signature is going to be accepted as I read this. And I don't even have a clue as to what digitally authenticated signature means. We don't need to find that. And I did not find that definition in the statute. So I think it would be a mistake to approve this resolution as written.
Any further discussion? Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, so that brings us to the action items. The first action item is the November Treasurers Report.
I'd
Do we
like to
have
move-
please proceed.
Yeah, I'd like to move acceptance of the November Treasurers Report.
I'll
Yes.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
So my first set of questions has to do on page 1 of 6. And I guess my question is, there's an asterisk on several items that I believe on the later footnote indicate that they are for 2023 expenses. And so I want to understand, so we paid those expenses in November for 2023. Is that correct?
Well, there's some invoices that have come due, but so this is the time of year when we're getting ready for the audit. So if there's things that needed to be paid now, but referred to something in 2022, those were starred.
I'm sorry, that is not what at least that's not my reading of the footnote. Footnote says 2023 expenses. So what you just said doesn't make any sense to me.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. So our treasurer's report are staggered back to November because there are certain items that don't clear in that 30 or 60 days. So it gives us that time for everything to clear through. That does not mean that only items paid in November are on that. So for instance, our health partners, we must always pay 1 month in advance for that service, for our insurance, for all the employees. So that does reflect January of 23 expense.
So what about the other items?
Minnesota Association of Watershed Districts, that was the dues that was discussed at the business meeting at MAUD, which were due January 1st or December 31st for the January, for the 2023 dues. And the same is true with our rent, always paying 1 month ahead on the rent.
We're paying 1 month ahead on the rent
We're paying for January rent.
in November.
No, now, but it's on the November treasurer's report because we can only attest to the fact that those things that have cleared in that time period. So there are things that would be issued and may not have cleared in that same month.
Well, maybe it's just getting late, but that doesn't follow. We've never had this in the prior year reports, that I've seen. So
Those were marked before last year, I remember.
Right. We would have to pay
well,
January.
you can provide them to me then. That would be terrific. So we didn't pay a Visa bill in November.
President Ziegler? Manager Cook, that was
go ahead.
paid via ACH. Remember, at the MAUD convention, we had those issues. So it was done with an ACH transfer from US Bank to Elan Bank, which is the same bank, but so that was done through ACH. Should be in the internal report, should reflect that.
Well, no matter whether you took that or you take hard currency out of a bank, you write a check, or you do an ACH transfer, those are all cash disbursements. Right? I mean, just ACH is just an electronic transfer of cash. So I don't understand why we would say there was no Visa payment. Anyhow, that's, just another one of the issues that I have here. So if you go to page 3, I hope the public, anybody on the public is listening to this on that basis. So Lake Riley alum treatment is page 3. That's at 149%. And why the overrun? And this isn't even a treatment. This is just I assume this is just analysis.
Which one are you referring to?
Lake Riley alum treatment under Riley Creek on page 3 of 6.
The very first item.
Yeah. It's for, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but this would be sediment corings that were put into Lake Riley, or it may have been miscoded. I'll take a look at it and get back to you on that.
That'd be great.
For corings.
That would be great. Thank you. So we go to page 4 of 6. So we have a total lifetime budget, and let's look at Hennepin County Chloride Initiative. Total lifetime budget of $120,800. Okay, and we have total cost to date of $133,000. So where's the rest of the money coming from, or came from?
It will come from our partner funds.
Right.
Which will be the other cities, the other membership of the HCCI.
But folks, if you add up the funding sources, it's $120,000. Lifetime budget is $120,000. Okay, so, and then why do we have $90,000 as our share? I mean, when the funding sources of us were only supposed to be $19,000. I think that whole line item needs to be reviewed. To me, it doesn't make sense.
This entire table doesn't make sense, but
well, I wouldn't go quite that far, but there's a number of items that don't make sense. I mean, this does make sense in the fact that if you have a multi-year project, it should give you some idea where you're at along the spend. But some of these numbers, don't add, don't jibe, whatever adjective or adverb or whatever it is, verb, is appropriate on that basis. Let's see here.
Well, this is President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
So this is one, Terry, you just wrote up, right, for submission.
I'm working with the E-Link right now, yes.
Bowser, yeah. So, I mean, so we figured our budget, our part of it was for this year was 90,000. Our cost to date were 93. I mean, it's not like, but yeah, I mean, our other partners are supporting that. I don't know about the timing on when they come in, but you're filling out that report now to tie that out.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
I'm sorry, Manager Crafton, your comments are not directed to my point. My point is, you have a lifetime total budget of 120,000. That's either right or wrong, or it should be corrected. You have total fund, you got funds in here, sourcing of funds, you got basically $120,000 on that basis. There's no partner funding involved. If there is, then that should be listed so that these numbers tie out. These numbers don't tie out. And, I mean, that's, accounting 101. But you would have that, or you'd have a footnote that would say why it doesn't tie out. So we would go, then we would go to Lake Riley Alum. Again, I raised that same question. Where we have costs year to date of 29,000. Our share flow is supposed to be 20,000. What's the difference?
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
So a budget is what your best guess at what it's going to cost. And so this project was done, and Liz has done a whole lot of work on this, but it developed into a comprehensive approach at outreach and trying to get a better handle on how chloride gets into our water system. So it was an amazing project. So if it runs over a little bit because they wanted to do something more, I'm not seeing this. It's not a huge amount here. I'm not seeing. These aren't just always absolutes, okay? It's our best guess at what we're going to do and what our contributions are. And I imagine that we'll probably be getting some money from our partners to cover the cost since it was supposed to be split up.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
again, Manager Crafton is not addressing the point. A budget is a budget. It should be addressed when you know that there are changes. There are going to be other sources. It should be listed so we know how much we're going to be spending on that basis. We have a district current share. Just look at that. $90,000. Our total district funds of the whole project are only supposed to be $19,000. Something doesn't make sense. Okay, and to try to brush this off as, oh, it's a little bit here, a little bit there. The fundamental problem is that, the data doesn't jive. Okay, there's no explanation of why the data from one column to the other is different, than what it is in the other columns. So that's my point. I mean, all I can tell you is that if this was a private business, the CEO would be fired or be out of business. So let's go to the next item. The next item was, let's see here. We can go to, okay, excuse me. So we can go to page 5 of 6. So can you explain, I understand we no longer have money at Old National per the notes staff report. Is that correct? As of today?
Can you repeat that, please?
Am I correct that as of today, we no longer have any money at Old National?
That is
correct. Okay, so that's been closed out. Okay. And then can you tell me what is the amounts due from other governments? Are some of those the partner funds or grants? So where do we have money still coming in? Or as of that date, anyway?
What table are you on?
I'm on page 5 of 6. Due from other governments.
So some of the money from the chloride one, we don't get until that stuff's been submitted. So I'm not quite sure.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What is the $250,000?
So due from other
chloride, or is it for something else?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, due from other governments would include grants. It would include municipalities that were partnering with us on certain things. So any government entity with which we are partnering or have received a grant award from.
You don't have anything more specific than that?
Not right now. No, I don't.
Would you mind providing that? Or would that be included in the internal report?
It should be in the internal report. I can verify with Redpath.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And then refresh my recollection. What is the unearned revenue?
Manager Crafton.
Trying to find, which page are we on?
Page 5.
8, 5, 6.
When I printed this off again, my printer wasn't cooperating. All right, what is it again? Sorry.
Refresh my recollection on what the unearned revenue is.
I'm assuming it's revenue that's come in,
I think
for
it's
which we haven't done what we were supposed to do to earn it yet.
Well, do we have any specifics on that? What haven't we earned yet? Are these,
I don't know, but I'll have to.
oh, okay. So then I have a question. Go to the next page, page 6 of 6. I was curious as to why the amount of lodging expenses varied. Some were 369, some were 246, some were 184.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. It was a matter of what room they were staying in, if it was a private room or if it was part of, so for instance, the staff expenses were 184. That was because they were staying in a townhome, shared out. The CAC and manager expenses were because they were in private rooms. So it's a matter of the lodging accommodations of which they were in at Arrowwood.
And there were different number of days for different people too.
Correct.
Oh, so some people stayed more days than others.
Correct.
Yes.
Right, there was a business meeting on Wednesday and another one on Saturday.
Correct.
Well, an item for another discussion was that my recollection was that staying that extra day because of meetings the next day. At least I don't believe that offer was made to me, but anyhow. Now my final comment has to do with the Adobe Creative Cloud.
That was because these were members of MAUD on the board, or MAWA in my case.
Okay. Let's talk about the Adobe Creative Cloud. We have two subscriptions. I noticed, at least when I just looked, that there's possibility of getting multiple licenses for less. And have you looked into that?
We are looking into an enterprise license for Adobe.
Because that looked to be potentially significantly cheaper than having two
I'm
full
not
licenses.
finding it to be significantly cheaper, but
No, seemed like it to me. Again, that's all I have.
Okay, so
Wait, excuse me, I'm
have
sorry.
comments? Do we have a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I have one more comment.
Manager
So
Cook?
I'd like to know why I don't see my per diem having been listed.
Was it for December?
No. It was for November through the December meeting. So please look into that and get back to me. Thank you.
yeah.
Any more discussion or do we have any motions on this item?
We already have a motion. I moved
And
that we
it-
accepted it and it was already seconded.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
So the next item on the agenda is resolution 22-005 to approve paying of the bills. Do we have any discussion or motions on this?
I'll move paying of the bills.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Can we have a roll call vote on resolution 22-005, approve paying of the bills, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the next item is adopt resolution 23-006, election of officers. So the first,
Mr.
Manager Cook?
President. Mr. Jeffrey, do you have the resolution I proposed?
I do.
You could put that on the screen, please.
Let's see, page.
So, Mr. President, I move the adoption of the motion by unanimous consent. Everybody can read it, but basically to elect all the people currently holding offices to the same office for the upcoming year.
President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton?
I would like to add another person for vice president, nominate another person for vice president.
Okay. So do we have a second on this one, or I guess I'm not sure how to proceed. We just vote individually on each office first?
Yeah, if we've got more than one person, I think we're gonna have to.
That makes sense. Okay, so the motion for the slate of officers didn't have a second. Is there anybody that wants to second it? Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. Do we have any, if we go down in order, do we have any motions for the office of president?
I'd like to move that we elect David Ziegler as president.
I'll second.
Excuse me, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
point of order. If we, my understanding, Robert's Rules of Order, if we're going to have elections, calls for nominations, not motions. After the nominations are closed, then there's a call for a vote for the people nominated.
Excuse me, then I would like to change my saying that it was a motion and say that I nominate David Ziegler as president.
I'll second. Do we need a second then, or how do we do that?
No, excuse me, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
My understanding, there are no seconds required for nominations.
Okay.
Mr. Smith agrees with that?
Yes.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Never mind on this one, thank you.
Do we have any other nominations for president? Hearing none, can we do a roll call vote on president?
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
I move that we approve we elect you as our president by unanimous acclamation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Smith, does that meet the requirements?
Then we'll call the roll on that.
Okay. Very good.
Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Siegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next office is Vice President. Do we have any nominations for Vice President?
Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
So I'd like to put Tom DeVel's name in as vice president, nominate him.
Any other nominations for Vice President?
Mr. President,
Yes, Manager Cook.
I nominate myself as vice president.
Any other nominations for Vice President? So we have two. Mr. Smith, how do we manage the vote on this one?
I will call each manager on the roll and you will state who you vote for.
Very good.
Okay. Manager
Please
Crafton,
Tom DeVel.
Manager Duval,
Tom Duval, myself.
Manager Cook,
Myself.
Manager Pedersen,
Manager Duval.
President Siegler.
Manager Duval?
There are 4 votes for Manager Duval, 1 vote for Manager Cook.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I think that the public would be interested that to know that I had a series of communications from Mr. Duval in which I asked him if he was interested in running for any of the positions, to which he said no at this time. So I find it intriguing that he would run and vote for himself.
Okay, the next office is Treasurer.
I'd like to nominate Jill Crafton.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I nominate myself.
Any other nominations for Treasurer? Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
point of order. In case of call for nominations, my understanding, Robert's Rules of Order calls for people to make a statement for or against particular nominations. So I'd like to make that statement at this time.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Well, in light of this has been brought up before. My concern about Manager Crafton is severalfold. And first of all, that happens to be that last year it was proposed that we actually go and adopt all fiscal policies, which have never been adopted before. And she was the member of the Accounting and Finance, which I understand never had a meeting, never brought this up, was never brought to the attention of the accountants, nor to the auditors. Further, it's my understanding that Manager Crafton doesn't exhibit the professional attitude to being our treasurer. I believe that as long as she thinks an auditing or financial accounting process or procedure is okay in her mind, she will go with it whether or not it is a best practice or appropriate under the accounting rules. I give you our discussion tonight regarding budgets and accounting as an example of that. Furthermore, I've said before, as you all know, Manager Crafton during a meeting of the Personnel Committee stated, and this is nearly an exact quote, well, we'll let Manager Cook talk, we'll just ignore him and boom. I don't think that's the attitude of a person that we want to serve in any of our officer roles. And, you know, so I can't see why we would want to reappoint Manager Crafton when, and the final point is it's obvious that she holds some animus toward me that, you know, I believe gets in the way of her making decisions in the best interest of the district, regardless of how I may be involved. And I think her motion tonight is just another example of this. And I believe that, you know, Manager Crafton and other managers basically have and are retaliating against me under the Whistleblower Act for bringing to the attention various issues with the not only the open meeting law, but in particular to the Minnesota Data Practices Act. So therefore, I don't believe that Manager Crafton exhibits the character that we want for the treasurer. And I'll just reiterate that what particularly troubles me is that there was no meetings of the audit and accounting, excuse me, yeah, accounting and I guess it is finance committee. In fact, my understanding is that a draft of the last audit wasn't even circulated to Manager Ziegler to be reviewed before we voted on it. So that ends my statement. Thank you.
Manager or President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments. So some of the questions tonight, what we really need is a spreadsheet that I think that shows when we do multiple project things and when the payments come in, because off the top of my head I wouldn't know that necessarily. So some of the questions are things that hopefully will come up and that we're going to come up with some better ways of handling some of these things. So when there are questions, there's data that we can reference to know exactly what the situation and timing is. In reference to my comment about ignoring Manager Cook, it was when something comes before the board, we operate by consensus. So if we've had a vote of 4-1, but it keeps coming back or there keep being objections, I believe that's disrespectful to the 4 people that voted for somebody or something, as opposed to one person that didn't. So my comment was in that context. We've already decided on how we're going to move forward on something. So why do we have to keep bringing it up over and over again? So that was what I was making my comment about. I don't have any angst for Manager Cook. I voted for things that he's suggested in the past, and he's come up with some good ideas. So if that's the case, then I do vote to support those. I don't understand why he thinks I have a grudge against him. I guess I just may have a different opinion or perspective, and I vote accordingly. So I just wanted to say that.
President Ziegler, may I make a comment?
Yes.
Manager Cook, if you had a problem with Manager Crafton being treasurer, then why did you put her on your nomination form that we looked at right at the beginning of this election process? That's all I need to say.
So
Well-
I'm going to assume that was a rhetorical question. Do we need to hear the answer?
Well, Mr. President, I believe
Manager Cook.
Manager Pedersen asked the question.
Okay, please proceed.
You know, because I thought that you know, keeping people in place for another year would make good sense and efficiency. And I think I can address that. But let me address Manager Pedersen, because if you'll recall at that meeting, you know, and I have the recording of this, at the Personnel Committee meeting that I mentioned, when Manager Crafton made that statement, also present was Manager Pedersen, as well as Administrator Jeffrey, neither one of which objected or said that's not how we should be doing business. You know, my expected response would have been, by anybody I think who takes the job seriously, is that we'll always listen to somebody. We won't ignore them. We'll take what they say and we'll make a decision. I won't repeat. I've already stated that. But when you have three people sharing the same idea, I have to ask that. You know, the question is whether they should be, you know, serving positions. But just let me reiterate one more time about the Minnesota Whistleblowers Act, and for you to consider that.
Okay, Mr. Smith has disappeared from, oh, he's back. Okay. Any further discussion on the treasurer position? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Myself, Crafton,
Manager Duval,
Manager Crafton,
Manager Cook,
Myself.
Manager Pedersen,
Manager Crafton,
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
There are 4 votes for Manager Crafton, 1 vote for Manager Cook.
Okay, there's the next position is secretary. Do we have any nominations for position of secretary?
I'd like to nominate Dorothy Pedersen, Manager Pedersen.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I will nominate myself.
Okay, any other nominations for treasurer?
secretary.
Secretary.
I'm sorry, secretary. It is getting late. Okay, do we need any discussion on this item?
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I would just point out that it says in the discussion on the proposed resolution, which shouldn't be a resolution, the job of the secretary is to maintain the records of the district. I find that the records of the district need a lot of work. I've not seen the secretary undertake any initiatives to adequately maintain the records of the district. And only now I learned that we may or may not have a record book of all the proceedings that's yet to be seen. But in addition, the secretary has not produced minutes, which the secretary recommend we adopt. In fact, according to the decision of this board several years ago. As I've stated previously, it was agreed that drafts of the minutes would be made available. It was either 10 days or 14 days, and that all managers would, 10 or 14 days from the date of the meeting, and that all managers would submit their comments prior to the board package being put together. That has never been done nor enforced. So I am willing to make sure that we maintain our records as required by law. Make sure that the appropriate notices of all meetings are issued, including the fact that notice of all special meetings of the Board of Managers is to be mailed 8 days prior to the meeting, which to my knowledge has never been done by the secretary. So for those, I have extensive experience maintaining records on behalf of clients for over 40 years. Minute books, records of meetings, contracts, other documents. And so I believe that I am very well positioned to perform the duties of the secretary as outlined in our governance manual. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by anyone else? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote? Mr. Smith, please.
Voting for Secretary, Manager Crafton,
You're on mute.
Sorry, Manager Patterson,
Manager Duval,
Manager Pedersen,
Manager Cook,
Myself.
Manager Pedersen,
Myself.
President Ziegler.
Manager Pedersen.
There are 4 votes for Manager Pedersen, 1 vote for Manager Cook.
Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is Resolution 23-007, appointment of committee members. The first one is the Governance Committee. Do we handle this the same way with nominations? Or
Well, Mr. President, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. President, you have the discretion if there's a slate and an acclamation. Otherwise, we go through the same process. Actually, I believe that the president can recommend the appointments and then the board confirms them or adjusts them.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I move the appointment of you, President Ziegler, and myself to the Governance Committee.
Do we have any other nominations or?
Excuse me, that's a motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
I would like to nominate Tom DeVille to be on the governance committee.
So do we want to have a full governance? You want to include more than Tom in that motion?
Yeah.
Excuse me,
I
Mr. President.
I would prefer Tom DeVille and David Ziegler, Manager Ziegler.
I'll second.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Manager
Point of
Cook?
order. Motion was on the table. You have not dealt with that motion.
Do we have a second for Manager Cook's motion? Hearing no second, motion fails for lack of a second. Manager Crafton, can you repeat your motion, please?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Manager DeBell and Manager Ziegler.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Again, I'd like to repeat for the fact the public that I communicated with Mr. Duvall about sitting on any committees, etc., whether he wanted to. And he stated in his emails that he wasn't going to, or felt it was too soon. I don't have that his exact responses in front of me, so I'm not sure why we would be nominating him in that regard. But I move to amend the motion, since it was made in the form of a motion, move to amend the motion to strike Manager Duvall for that reason and insert myself.
Manager Cook has made a motion. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, motion fails for lack of a second. Back to the original motion by Manager, I believe it was Manager Crafton. Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Excuse me, Mr. President, point of order.
Manager Cook?
I believe we have to open it up for discussion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion on the table for the governance committee?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Well, I particularly like to know why Mr. Duvall now has decided that he would run or participate contrary to his prior indications to me.
Mr. President, President Ziegler.
Manager Duval?
I don't have the email in front of me, but I think at the time I said I was still looking at what was going on and I did not have specific preferences at this point. So part of my reasoning is that I've been involved in a number of meetings now and I'm formalizing, I guess, my opinions at this point. I didn't feel that it was necessary to concur with you as to what my desired future actions might be.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Well, further comment is that I don't know of anybody who has the experience training dealing with governance documentation, bylaws, policies, etc. than I do. So I have to ask myself, why wouldn't I be nominated to sit on that committee if it wasn't for animus and as retaliation for my whistleblower activities?
Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith, please?
Manager Crafton?
Okay, for the governance committee, Manager Duval and Manager Ziegler.
That's the motion. So I would hear that as an aye
Yes,
on the
Sorry.
motion. Okay.
yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the next item is the Personnel Committee. Do we have a motion with regards to this or discussion with regards to this?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I move that we approve by acclamation myself and Manager Duvall as the members of the Personnel Committee. And also, please note that the document that was provided to us under Personnel Committee actually lists the Governance Committee, which I assume was an error.
President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton,
I would like to nominate Manager Pedersen and myself for the Personnel Committee.
Point of order.
Manager Cook,
I made a motion.
there's a motion on the floor for nominating or making Manager Cook and Manager DeVal. I believe that's
For the personnel.
Personnel Committee. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second. Manager Crafton, you had a motion you wanted to make?
Well, I wanted to nominate. Do we nominate? I wanted to nominate Manager Pedersen and myself, Manager Crafton, for the Personnel Committee. I can make that a motion if that's more appropriate.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have further discussion?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I move to amend that motion to nominate to appoint Manager Pedersen and Manager DePaul to the Personnel Committee.
we have a change to the nomination or a motion to change. Do we have a second for that motion to change the previous motion? Hearing none, the revised motion fails due to lack of a second.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I move to amend that motion to so as to appoint Manager DePaul and Manager Ziegler as the members of the Personnel Committee.
we have a motion. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, the motion to revise the motion fails. We have a motion still on the table for Personnel Committee. Manager Crafton and Manager Pedersen. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion on this?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook,
So I would like to know what qualifications Manager Pedersen believes she has to sit on the Personnel Committee.
any further discussion? I know we've heard your qualifications many times in other meetings, and they seem adequate, but if you want to go through them again, feel free.
So I have the minor in human resources from college. I worked for 10 years in human resources, beginning at an employment agency, working my way up to senior vice president for a subsidiary of US Bank. I've since owned my own company, which I've had employees at and actually managed them and the HR issues. I've advised a number of different boards I've been on in human resources and worked with a number of HR consultants. So in effect, I've had about 30 years of experience in HR.
Well, Mr. President.
Thank you, Manager Pedersen. Manager Cook?
Well, what I'd like to know is what are the dates in which this training and employment were?
Well, I believe I had my first job in human resources in 1977. So if you add 77 to my, to this year, which is 2022, even if you don't say it's 2023, that's how many years I've been doing it.
So you're saying that you are a professional HR consultant and you provide professional HR consultancy services.
I did not say that I do that now. I have done it, yes, in the past. After I left working for the two corporations that I worked for, I did have my own HR consulting business. Yes, I did.
And when was your last HR consulting business?
That would be directly prior to me opening my own business. So that would have been up until 1993.
President Ziegler?
Excuse me, I believe I have the floor.
I believe you gave the floor to Manager Pedersen.
Excuse me, when Manager Pedersen is done answering a question, the floor reverts to me under the normal Robert's Rules of Order until I relinquish it.
What is your comment that you have to say? Please proceed.
So I just want to confirm your last job business as an HR consultant was in 1993. So do you have any current certifications as an HR consultant?
Any current certifications?
Correct.
So you're asking me if I belong to any national organization that has to do with HR? No.
No, I'm asking for certifications, but you can answer the other question that you raised also.
Okay, so Manager Cook, I have yet over all the years that I've known you questioned your ability as an attorney. And at this point, I feel as if you're harassing me during a meeting where these other people are available to see all of this. I don't really believe that there's much that I can offer beyond what I have already given all the rest of the people here at the meeting.
If you're finished, I'll continue. So I have the floor. Well, as you know, and as I believe you should know, all of these meetings are open to the public. Public is entitled to all the information. With respect, I am entitled to ask questions regarding the people asking to be appointed as a personnel. And some of the reasons I ask this is that my experience is, and I have a bet on what will happen tonight. You have resisted engaging an HR human resources consultant. And I believe up at MOD, there was a presentation about the advantages of having an professional HR consultant. And it seems to me that, as I've said before, we are in need of a HR professional who is currently in the business and has the appropriate certifications or trainings up to date to properly advise us. And so I ask you, are you in favor of the district engaging an HR professional?
So I believe we have a motion and a second on the table. I'd like to call the vote, please. Mr.
Point of
Smith.
order. Point of order. I have the
Manager
floor.
Crafton,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Point of order. I have
Chair
the
runs the meeting.
I have the floor.
President Ziegler, you're the presiding officer of the meeting.
Yes, I believe you've had enough time to talk about this, Manager Cook. So,
Okay. Well, Mr. President, we set no time limits. I have the floor.
okay, I'm setting a time limit. You're done. Let's please move on.
Well, I'm just glad everybody on this learns how you operate as a president.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
So the next committee is the Audit and Finance Committee. Do we have any motions with regards to that?
President Ziegler, I would like to
Yes.
move Tom DeVell and myself, Manager Crafton, to be on the Audit and Finance Committee.
All second.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I move to amend that motion to substitute my name for Manager Crafton.
we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, the motion to amend fails. We have a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
it's my view that the Accounting and Finance Committee should have someone other than the treasurer on the committee, because that committee should serve as a watchdog for the financial operations of the district. And the fact that the treasurer being on that committee would significantly either actually or impliedly restrict the exercise of independence and judgment by that committee. I further note that I don't believe that Manager Crafton, for that reason, should be on that committee, but the other reasons I raised, including the failure to follow through on the crafting and ultimately approval of financial policies for the district, agreeing to an audit that stated policies that were never adopted by this district, and basically are viewed toward budgets and accounting that, you know, it's just estimates. And I believe that her views are in conflict, and that we should be having independent individuals other than the treasurer acting as that committee as a safeguard to make sure that at least appropriate policies and policies and procedures are in place. And further, maybe need to know what Manager Crafton's background is in accounting.
I went through the MBA program at the Carlson School of Management with a accounting concentration, and I worked in a Robbins, Kaplan, Miller, and Cerisi law firm. I started out doing cash receipting and accounts payables and the like, and worked my way up to being also a financial analyst, doing budgets, helping 20 different departments develop their budgets around the country, as well as there were like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, depending on when they were in existence around the country, but 20 departments within headquarters in Minneapolis. So I've had quite a bit of experience with creating budgets and informing people about how actually money's spent. So that's kind of my background.
So are you a CPA?
Nope, I just had an MBA with a concentration in accounting, but I do have 22 years of experience working in accounting in the law firm.
Yeah, but were you ever the treasurer of the law firm?
No, I worked in the department.
Were you the controller of the law firm?
I was accountant financial analyst is my title.
Okay. On that basis. And when did you get your MBA?
Graduated in about 1990.
Well, again, I repeat the fact that, based upon what I just heard, the fact that I think that the people on the accounting and finance should serve basically as oversight over the actions of the treasurer, and having the treasurer on that committee, certainly as a voting member, would not be a best practice. And in light of the fact of the failure to follow through on the financial policies of the district, and basically failure to have any meetings for the accounting and finance committee at all last year, I don't believe it would be appropriate to appoint Manager Kraft into the accounting and finance committee. And so I have a follow-up questions for Mr. Duvall. So, Mr. Duvall, what's your background in accounting and finance?
I have a bachelor's degree of business from Carlson School with an accounting major. I'm a non-practicing CPA, and I've worked in accounting and finance all of my working career.
And when were you last employed in an accounting, some type of an accounting function?
Probably about 8 years ago.
And do you have any experience? Thank you. Do you have any experience in governmental accounting standards?
No, not directly. No.
Well, that's all the questions I have. I certainly believe that Mr. Duvall probably has more qualifications, I believe, to sit on this committee than others, and probably slightly more than myself, having been a practicing lawyer, taking accounting, sitting on various accounting committees for clients, including New York Stock Exchange clients, being directly involved in implementation of Sarbanes-Oxley, review of annual audit statements for not only New York Stock Exchange companies, but dozens of other non-public companies, and certainly dealing with major financial institutions and reviewing clients' financial statements, as well as being involved for over 40 years in mergers and acquisitions, of which accounting finance is one of the major topics in any type of acquisition. So I think Manager Duvall would be an excellent person to have based upon his experience, and on that basis. So that's what I have to say. I've already made my prior motion, which wasn't seconded, about the people on the committee.
Mr. Smith,
I'll make a motion to amend. I make a motion to amend to delete Manager Kraft and substitute President Ziegler on the Audit and Finance Committee.
we have a motion. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, we have a prior motion on the table. I'd like to go to a roll call vote. I believe we've talked about this long enough.
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consideration for formation of an IT committee. Manager Cook, I believe that this was your request. Is that correct?
That's correct. Let's see, Administrator Jeffrey, did I send you a draft of the resolution?
Yeah, it's included in the packet. So, but I can share my screen as well.
Before doing that, could I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Sure, I think that's appropriate.
Thank you.
So it's 9:35. We'd be back at 9:40.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, at least I got my pills taken.
Just checking to see if it's still snowing.
Ah, okay.
And it is still snowing.
Oh, geez. Well, hopefully not as much as we already got.
I think it's going to be done by the time we wake up tomorrow morning.
Good.
That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it.
Sounds like a good one.
Oh,
Yeah. So I don't remember if we ever voted on it, but thought one of our last suggestions was HR on it as a needed basis, kind of like we've been doing.
We are recording still.
yep. I have a great niece who has been homeschooled and only done online learning, but she is like a super environmentalist.
All right.
And she's 16 years old, and I'm trying to think of a good place for her to work next summer, like maybe Youth Conservation Corps or something like that.
How old?
So we did have Laura Juster's daughter when she was a minor work for us for a summer, and that went really well.
How long ago was that? I remember that.
2019, 2018.
Okay.
2018.
Can anybody think of anything else besides the Youth Conservation Corps that would be good for her? I mean, I told her a little bit about Heather Home, and she was like, oh, I would just love to go and count all those pollinators and learn all about them. She has a praying mantis as a pet. And last night she was sending me pictures of it molting. That's
They're cuddling.
But I'm just trying to come up with some good place for her to potentially go. If anybody has any ideas, send me something.
Yeah, I'll think on that.
What about 9 Mile? Might they have a spot?
They might. We're Where does she live?
She lives in Boulder, Colorado.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, actually, I might know somebody. I will,
Really?
yeah, I'll reach out. Elizabeth
Oh.
Zaka, I went to college with her. She works for the city as their natural resources.
Oh
person.
my goodness.
So,
She
yeah.
would just go I mean, her room is all plants. That's all she just grows plants and bugs and
Yeah, I'll reach out to Elizabeth and see what I can find.
that'd be super. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody.
Okay, I think everyone has returned and it's 9:40 now, according to my computer. So I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And
Number
yeah,
6.
we were on number 7,
F.
the consideration of formation of an IT committee, if I'm remembering correctly.
Correct. That is
So,
correct.
Mr. Jaffrey, I think you were going to put something on the screen.
Yep, I will share the resolution that Manager Cook drafted. All right. Okay, can everybody see that now?
Yep.
Yes.
So, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I don't know if we want to give people an opportunity to read it if they haven't already, but I move the adoption of the resolutions set forth on the document included in the plan. And the reason I make this motion is that it's obvious information technology is at the heart of every business. I've heard from Administrator Jeffrey that the current IT company and or services they're providing is not the right fit for some reasons. But I'll make some comments about that. I believe in order to sort through this, it's important that we establish an IT committee for the purposes that I stated, which was basically advising the board regarding, IT, including the status of our systems, advances in technology, recommendations regarding use and control, engagement of consultants. One thing I specifically probably left out is maintenance of security. I also note that the Minnesota statutes basically require an annual security assessment, which I don't believe has occurred. So, because of I believe the need of a committee to help marshal the advancement of the district's, IT processes. I think we need a committee. I'm concerned about security control, especially with some of the leaves. I'm concerned that we do not have a disaster preparedness plan, which would include a plan for dealing with a hack, etc. So, as I said, I move the adoption of the resolutions before you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Manager Dwell is here, right? I don't see him.
I thought I was.
He's here.
You're here.
Here.
No comments. Well,
Okay. Manager Dwell, it sounded like you might have a comment.
well, I guess from what I've seen and heard of this organization, and again, based on my knowledge of other organizations, while IT is important and it's changing all the time, we have consultants that are feeding components of what we do all the time, and they're dealing with hopefully cutting edge technology. And I guess from my perspective, while I do feel it's important and should be considered in all the areas that we're dealing, I guess it doesn't in my opinion, doesn't rise to the level of requiring a special committee to be evaluating this.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I'll just say this from my experience. Every company that I know of either has an IT committee or what do they call it? ITO, Information Technology Officer. Something we don't have on that basis. I believe it's the best management practices to have an information technology committees, so to guide the policy so that the board can make a decision as to the IT components of its business. I see that, as I said, I see it's unknown the level of security, unknown the level of document management, unknown the level of preparedness for a hack or other disasters. I think that staff has its hands full otherwise doing our primary job, which is to protect the waters, and no different than if we have a personnel committee or governance committee. If we don't think IT is important, then governance certainly. I find it hard to believe that that's important, and I find it hard to believe that even go so far as to say personnel committee is important. Okay, the logic is there that either you get rid of them all or you have one in IT. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, nobody on staff has particular IT training or experience or Microsoft certifications on technology on that basis. But quite frankly, my point was, I don't know, and I'm pretty sure the other managers don't know the extent of our information technology. And I've suggested, part of this is to go help look for a consultant to advise on the status of our systems. And I don't think it would be a very good look we ended up with a hack or a disaster and we're unable to recover. And maybe we are, but we need to know that. And not by just saying it's so, but by having, processes and procedures and having a determination that, our IT, our intellectual property systems are what we ultimately decide they should be. I've been involved in computers since 1970. Okay, I programmed. Okay, I was one of the first to train on the IBM. I think it was called the 2570, and taught myself all of the computer programs, word processing, Excel, etc. I chaired the information technology, committee at the Maslin law firm when we went over to distributed, what we called distributed computing at that time, and was involved in managing all the myriad of upgrades from basically 1983 until basically 2013. And I continue to do that and be involved in information technology. I'm involved in drafting all kinds of information technology contracts for licensing, software, etc. So I see the need. I think it would not be a best management practice not to have a committee, and if not a committee, to hire a consultant to come in and make an evaluation and make recommendations to us as to the status and any recommended improvements or changes to our information technology systems.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
I guess So in listening to the staff in the last few months, talk about some of these issues, what we've done so far is just brought in a lot of redundancy. And the thing is that their work drives what their technology needs are, and they know that better than we do. So I trust them they're backing things up. Bar Engineering's got all kinds of documents backed up. We've got some engineering firms on the part of our pool that have some expertise. I trust staff to, where they need it, they will go out and seek it or bring those needs to us. But I see this more as micromanaging, frankly. I trust them to know what they need and to explore and figure out what they want. So that's where I'm coming from.
Are
Mr.
there
President.
any
Mr.
other
President.
comments before we go back to Mr. Cook?
I would concur with Manager Kraft and just don't see a need. If there's a need, they would tell us if there's a need. They had help. They didn't need it. It's just another micromanagement.
Okay, Manager Cook.
Yes, so I'll just Manager Kraft. And first of all, I'll say this again, Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. You have no idea whether you should trust them or not. You don't know what you don't know. I don't know what they know. If I knew what they knew, that would be one of two things. Either they don't know enough, okay, or they know sufficient amount, but we don't know that. You can't go and give up and say, well, the IT people aren't doing what they're supposed to. Well, you have to lay out what are the IT people supposed to do. One comment was, well, we found computers that were cheaper. Well, the people who find computers for you, it takes time and money to do that. And if you do it in-house, it still takes time and money away from what else you're supposed to be doing. So, it's a red herring to go say it costs you more money by going through a computer, an IT consultant. You're not taking into account the time you're taking up from your other chores, okay? And as I said, nobody's contradicted me and said somebody's got IT experience, training, Microsoft certifications in any of this area. The fact is, based upon what I've heard, nobody knows nothing, okay, about how the system should be working or whether there's a problem. It may be a problem, or may not be a problem, but I think it's our job to find out. Same reason you have audits. You have IT audits. You have people come in and tell you what your system is doing. And to Manager Patterson, people don't know if they don't have any training, you don't know what you don't know. You're running around in the dark, okay, trying to search for a light switch. You don't even know what a light switch is. And so if we're not going to have IT, then let's get rid of your personnel committee. We don't need micromanaging. Mr. Jeffrey can do IT, Mr. Jeffrey can do personnel. And if we, get rid of the governance committee, we can have, Mr. Smith be the expert on that. So your logic is faulty, okay, to a fault. And so again, I just hope you're all lucky then. If you don't want to approve this, we never have a hack. We never have a disaster on our hands. But what I can tell you is that as of today, the document management, as far as I know, but that's only because I haven't been given a lot of information, is subpar. It's not coordinated. It's not cross-cultivated. We don't have a document management system. And we could learn from, and I've suggested at least 3 or 4 consultants. I've even suggested go look at what does Mr. Smith do in his firm? Okay, what does Mr. Sobiak, what do they do in their company? I'm not saying we have to recreate the wheel, but we should find out what others are doing. Let's go talk to we can talk to other districts, but you know what, again, if you don't know, you don't know. And that's why you always go to an expert. Or if you don't, you may end up paying a huge price. And we all know that, anywhere from $55,000 to $500,000 if you end up with a hack and it locks everything up. And the time, and that generally doesn't include the time of going and trying to recreate information and starting all new systems up. And all you have to do is go out and read about, the hacks and the amount of money it costs. Look at that, what is it, gas supply place out on the East Coast, a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, they're too common. They don't even get the news. So I encourage, a second on this and an approval for this committee.
Do we have a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, the next item I have listed is adopt resolution 23-008, authorizing district administrator to solicit proposals for professional services. And was there a modification we made to that?
Manager Cook requested that item 9A regarding HR be moved to that item as well.
And Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
So I have a couple of proposed. Let me move for the adoption of resolution 23-008 with the following modifications. In the first line, after the word adoption, insert which motion was, and then continue seconded, again for grammatical reasons. Then in the now therefore paragraph, the last sentence, after consulting services, add bookkeeping, recording services, IT, and HR.
So we have a motion which includes a change to the resolution. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, do we have any other motions regarding this resolution 23-008?
I move that we adopt 23-008 as written.
I'll second that.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
a motion to amend. I move that the proposed resolution be amended that the administrator prepare and submit to the board for its review and approval, and continue on with requests for proposals for engineering, legal, etc., all the way through consultant services, bookkeeping, recording services, IT, and HR.
We have a motion to amend the motion. Do we have a second on the motion to amend? Hearing no second on the motion to amend, the motion to amend fails for lack of a second.
Mr. President.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Mr. President, a motion to amend. I move to amend the resolution by inserting the words which motion was after the word adoption and before the word second in the first sentence, and to insert on the last line of the now therefore paragraph the words to the board for its review and approval of, and then continue with requests all the way through accounting services, bookkeeping, and record keeping.
We have a motion.
I'm sorry, not record keeping, but recording services.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the motion. Do we have a second to that motion to amend? Hearing none, the motion to amend fails for lack of a second.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I have a motion to amend. I move to amend the motion on the floor. Excuse me for a second. Thank you. By adding the words which motion was after the word adoption and before the word seconded on the first line. And to insert the words to the board for its review and approval at the beginning of the third line of the now therefore clause.
okay, we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second? If I understood that correctly, it was clarifying the motion, not substantially changing the motion. So I'm going to make a second unless legal tells me otherwise.
Was to bring it back was a substantial change, but yeah, otherwise the other part was wording.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton,
So this is just standard as to what we do every year. I mean, all this is asking for a request for proposals. We still get to review all of that, so I don't understand why we have to change this up. It's pretty direct as to, we've always asked for a request for a proposal for engineering. Who wants to be our engineer? Who wants to be legal? Who wants to be, that's all this is. So it doesn't really have to be brought back because we're going to see everything anyway. It's just a request for proposals. So that's why, unless Administrator Jeffrey has some reason why we need to change it, I think it's appropriate the way it stands.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
let me address Manager Crafton's, comments. First of all, we sent out a proposal. I don't know exactly what we're going to be proposing. Okay, the content of it. If we'd done this before, the form of the proposal should have been attached and made part of the package, but they weren't. So we don't know exactly what we're going to be requesting. Also, as you know, there's a variance in accounting processes and procedures and what people would provide. Typically, you would come up with a request for proposal, which would have a detailed list of what you're looking for a proposal on. I don't know what we're looking for. And I don't want to vote on something I don't know exactly what we're looking for. What we've done in the past was totally inadequate. Okay, you'd never get another board to, in my experience, to approve a blanket like this, given my experience with how these requests for proposals. Also, my reason why I wanted to come back is because also I want to look what it says, but also want to know what the circulation methodology is. The prior methodology for circulating, asking for proposals for legal counsel was wholly inadequate. Counting wasn't much better, and nor was auditing. So I'm basing this on my experience sitting as a member of this board, so that I want to know what we're requesting so to make sure that we get the best possible responses to the request. And if we already have requests, then they can be written up and provided to us, and we can decide if they're adequate or not.
okay, so we have a motion to amend the motion, and I did second it. So let's vote on it so we can, we still have to vote again on the final motion anyway.
This is just to amend.
This is the motion to amend. Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
No,
Manager Duval,
No,
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
No,
President Ziegler.
So I'm going to vote no. To,
No?
no.
Okay, the motion fails 1-4.
Okay, so we still have a motion to adopt the resolution as written. Any further discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call vote on the motion on resolution 23008?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, the next thing I see on the agenda is to adopt resolution 23-013, appointing technical advisory committee members.
President Ziegler,
Next.
00009 CAC, I believe is first.
Oh, okay, you're right.
President
So
Ziegler,
we have a motion with regards to resolution 23-009.
President Ziegler, if I may, before you ask for a motion,
Okay,
we did receive an application for a student CAC member, came late last night. It was a result of the career fair that we went to, or that staff man went to. The teacher did not distribute them due to holidays and snow days, etc. But she submitted her application last night. I did forward that to the managers earlier today, later this afternoon. It is Savannah Larson, I believe.
Yes.
And she seems to be extremely well qualified. I would encourage adding her onto the new applicant list. So bring that total of new applicants to 5.
and we have how many returning?
We have 3. Let me just share my screen. We have returning 3, 6, 9 returning. And then there'd be 4 permanent or 4 voting members, and then 1 student member youth representative.
And do we have any discussion or explanation on the one where it's a husband-wife team or whatever, 2 people in the same household?
So it is my understanding, and if staff Forbes is around, it is my understanding they are applying as one. So they would just vote 1 vote per that couple. Is that correct, staff Forbes?
President Ziegler, the CAC has gone through some discussions on this, and they would be 2 separate. They're just, they use the same application, but they are 2 separate applications. They just use the same form. So they are applying to be separate members.
Okay, so we appoint the members, but then beyond that, the CAC decides, you know, who votes and who doesn't vote, if that's the way they want to manage it, I believe.
Yep, it's their bylaws.
Yeah.
Decided they each get a vote.
That's my understanding, is what the CAC has decided. If we if we appoint them, they each get a vote.
Correct.
Okay, do we have any motions on the new applicants?
I move. I move that we accept it.
I'll second.
Okay, and that includes the youth member?
Yes.
Do we have any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
You know, I think previously we'd have a map where the various applicants were, so we'd have the ability to decide if the applicants fairly represented the various Watersheds and sub-watersheds, I requested that. I don't believe I received one. And along those lines, I don't think it's a good idea to have two people from one household, because then you're overweighting one sub-watershed against another. I have questions as to whether or not a minor can actually be appointed to a statutory, position without some statutory authority to do that. Not that I'm against the youth person, but where do you, where do you end up drawing the line? Okay, on who qualifies and who doesn't. And the general rule is my understanding is that when it refers to individuals, they need to be adults of age 18 or over. So I have doubts as to the legalities of appointing a minor. I also have procedural issue with having two people from the same household as overweighting. If they cast one vote, and they were appropriately dispersed, I don't have I wouldn't have a problem with that. But allowing two votes from one household, I do not believe is appropriate, and we should not be appointing two individuals from one household, whether they're married or not.
So I guess I don't really know whether they're married or not. Yeah. Anyway, any further discussion?
Mr. President, so we have a motion on the table. Is that right?
Yes, we do. And a second.
Okay. So I move to amend the motion by deleting, and I'll just go with, I'll take, is it Louise Ludford, whoever that person is, and by striking Savannah Larson, not because I don't believe in a youth representative, just because, as I said, the general rule is minors can only be appointed if the statute provides. So they don't have the legal capacity yet to vote, but they could be an adjunct member and participate all they wanted to.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second on the motion to amend? Okay, hearing no second on the motion to amend, the motion to amend fails. And that brings us back to the original motion. We also have a message from one of the current CAC members here. Mrs. Torkelson, do you have a comment?
Yes, to Manager Cook's point, these issues were taken very seriously, but we felt like since ultimately our decisions would just lead to a motion that the Board of Managers would ultimately decide whether to act on or not, that if each member of the household was willing to attend our meetings, God bless them, and get the information, we decided that they could each make intelligent, independent decisions. And if they happen to vote the same way, that would be fine. But I have a feeling that sometimes they'll disagree, like people who live in the same household sometimes do. And yeah, that ultimately any decisions we make will go to the Board of Managers anyway. So
Okay, thank you for giving us that insight.
President
Manager
Ziegler?
Cook, I'm sorry, Manager Crafton.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing. It's nice to have more people from Minnetonka. I mean, we got a lot of other cities represented here that, so I was excited to see, even though there are a couple that they're from Minnetonka. I agree with Mrs. Torkelson's comments about their ability to be intelligent people and vote, so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion? So the motion we have is to accept the slate of CAC members, or the slate of new CAC members, including the student member. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Pass.
Manager
Oops.
Pedersen,
Yes,
President Ziegler.
Yes.
I take that as an abstention from Manager Cook, so 4-0. With one abstention.
0-1.
Yes, 4-0 to 1.
Okay, so now I had jumped ahead before. Now we're to the resolution 23-013. Is that correct? Okay,
Yeah, Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
so I move the adoption of resolution 23-013 with the following change. After the word in the first line moved, insert the words the adoption of the following resolution, comma, which, and then strike the word and then after that was seconded, and then strike let's see. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have it up.
So
right
seconded to appoint the, oh, do you have it there? Thank you. Thank you. And then seconded to appoint the individuals, or the following individuals to the TAC Advisory Committee, just again to correct our grammar.
Okay, I'll second that motion. So assuming legal is happy with the new wording. I think you're muted, but I think the way you raised your hand, that was okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith? Thank you, please.
Manager Crafton,
yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item I have is adopt resolution 23-010, extending the agreement for Abdul, well, however that's pronounced,
Abdul.
through the 2022 audit cycle.
President Ziegler, managers. The way the agreement was drafted at the appointment, it ended on December 31st of 2022, which is right in the middle of the next audit cycle, or right in the first third of the next audit cycle. What the resolution and the agreement that are put before you are to extend that through this audit cycle, with the knowledge that we are then going out for request for proposals for an auditor for the following 2-year cycle. To the other point that might come up, there is an engagement letter that is attached to it that is only intended to show the scope of services they are providing. Legal has advised me not to sign the engagement letter, but to use the agreement that has been drafted by legal for that purpose.
Okay, do we have any motions on this item?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
to fix these things. So I move the adoption of resolution 23-010 with the following amendments. In the first line, after the word adoption, insert the words which motion was. I'm going to go to the now therefore clause and authorizes the administrator on the advice of council to enter into an agreement. Strike the words into the attached. To enter, so it will read, sorry, that should read to enter into an agreement with Abdo, blah, 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 blah. So effectively strike into the attached and insert enter into an agreement.
So
Made
I'll,
myself perfectly unclear.
yeah, Terry, do you have that
I can
marked up?
share. So he was just asking, okay, so it's up now. So this would become into
And
agreement. And then add the same language that he had been wanting to add to the previous.
which motion was?
Which motion was seconded by.
Mhm.
Assuming. President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton?
I'm assuming that legal has no problems with these amendments.
He has no problem, or legal has no problem with them.
Yeah, they're benign, so, okay.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if Manager Crafton would care to review the now therefore clause, it says on the advice of council.
Yeah, that would remain.
Okay, so we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I believe you
Crafton.
seconded it.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so the next item I show is resolution 23-011, updating the permit deposit and fee schedule. So, Administrator Jeffrey, do you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, this is a permit fee deposit and schedule that comports with the rules as drafted now. It sets forward the same fee schedule that we had prior, with one exception being we were encountering places like say a parking lot reconstruction where the level of review wasn't that great, but it was charged the same deposit and fee as a commercial building or a large development was. And it was noted that my review time on these is significantly less for the deposit that was being requested was several fold more than what is needed. So reducing that from $3,000 to $1,000, which will be more than adequate to cover review, administration, and inspection and closeout of the permit. Otherwise, they remain unchanged.
Do we have any motions on this,
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I move to adopt resolution 23-011 as presented with the modifications to the permit fee deposit and rate schedule that I provided to Administrator Jeffrey. At least I think I sent those to you.
Yep, I can share that.
Those changes are only meant as clarifications and not to change any of our requirements to make it, but to make it clear, what the fees will be, the list the exceptions to the fees, to the 3,000 in order, provide for some rules. If you go down a little bit further, Mr. Jeffrey, provide for a discussion of the application of the deposit and the replenishment of the initial deposit. Because replenishment might mean something different to other people. And I try to change the language to make it clear. Basically, they have to pay enough money to pay all the costs, et cetera. The district has incurred, plus get the remaining amount on deposit equal to the initial deposit. So that is the sole purpose, to make it very clear how much money each applicant has to pay at what times.
Has legal had time to review this?
President.
Yes, Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, we've had time to review a couple of comments. In general, the language of the rate schedule, this is all within the province of the board. So if the board wants to, make edits or clarifications, it's certainly very much within your discretion. I think we see as generally not substantive changes, and I understand Manager Cook's intent is to clarify. I don't know that in experience of the staff or engineer administering the fee schedule that there's been confusion. So I don't know that there's some, problems that were necessarily that exist that we're addressing. The one issue, there's reference to single family and existing, and the term that we have in the schedule, the record single family residential property, is intended to synchronize with the rule language. It's very specific. And so we would see that as a substantive change that would create some other consequences throughout the rules. And I don't think it would be the intent to do that. So otherwise, this is all, for the board's discussion. I just, if the staff or engineer have examples of confusion that where this is solving the problem, that would be instructive.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if the insertion of the word existing causes some confusion under the rules, then I would amend my motion to delete the word existing. But whether or not people have had confusion, when I read this, it wasn't clear to me exactly how this would be processed, and I think it's important that we be able to point to the letter if there is a dispute about how to calculate it. Not that we had one, but this is, as I was taught, avoid the issues and be specific. So unless it somehow otherwise changes, again, I move the adoption of that resolution with the amended permit as laid out here, with the exception of deleting the word existing after the exception for land disturbing activities.
Okay, we have a motion. I don't believe we've got a second yet. Do we have a second? Okay, I'm not hearing a second. So this motion was amending the resolution, clarifying the language. Do we have any other motions or comments?
President Ziegler, I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 23011 as written.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for resolution 23-011. Do we have further discussion?
Oh, yes. I just repeat, if anybody new to this would read it, including myself, if I'm a landowner. And I think the clarifications are appropriate and a best practice. And if based upon the statements by Mr. Smith, with the exception of the proposed existing, they don't change it, then we should clarify this. In other words, we should not approve this motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Smith, can we have a roll call vote on this?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, that brings us to discussion items. Did we cover the number 9 manager report?
Yes.
Oh, well, could be other manager reports. Are there any manager reports?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Bear with me. For some reason, my link isn't working here. Let me try it again. Bear with me. I got to go to the document here. Okay, I'm ready to proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd listed on there the HR for all the reasons I stated before. It's my position that we need an HR professional. Nobody has exhibited the requisite recent knowledge, training, experience, etc., to adequately advise us regarding HR matters on that basis. And I think the events of 2022 are a specific example of the need for an HR person. And if we don't need an HR representative, we don't need an HR committee, just like apparently the rest of the managers believe we don't need an IT committee. So I'll move to my next order of business. Just so you know, I have 12 items. First of all, regarding old business, one thing I've noticed is that it doesn't seem like we're tracking the items of old business that we go over in a meeting. And it didn't seem like we were getting an update. Some of these items were covered in the staff report, others weren't. But I know we discussed about the PRAP, what the status is, going forward, with that. I'd like to know what that is. We're also going to have a schedule for workshops. I didn't see a schedule for workshops. I've already gotten it down and covered the IT issue ad nauseum. I also mentioned before about the review of the minutes, according to our prior agreement with regard to dealing with the minutes. We haven't been doing that. Also, there was an inquiry regarding if we go back to in-person sessions about the indoor air quality and what, if anything, we have or can do regarding the indoor HVAC. And I believe that should be that information could be provided to us. Also, the CAC, my recollection is going through the reporting, talking about dealing with the steep slope issues, Minnesota Environmental Rights Act issues, and I believe we had referred this to staff. I don't believe we've received anything back. Next item is I believe there was agreement that staff was going to come back to us with, I have down here nomenclature for permits or permitting numbers. I didn't see anything about that. We already discussed ledger of due from other governments. We don't have anything specific for that. And my understanding was you were going to provide that to me. Already discussed about the November credit cards, get that done.
Manager Cook, can you repeat the part about the governance? I'm sorry, I was right and I didn't
Oh,
hear that.
I'm sorry. I know I'm going a little fast here, but regarding the, again, was it again?
The governance, you had said something about governance. You had an item in there. It was the one just before what you just said.
Maybe I said something I don't remember I said.
Well, I could have heard it wrong.
I apologize.
Could you just
we
back
talk
up
about the CAC and the
Well, it was right after that.
right after that? Oh, okay. Oh, nomenclature. There was a discussion about coming up with a nomenclature for permits
Okay.
or other documents, I believe.
Yep.
If I recall correctly.
You do.
You copies that. I'm just reading here. Oh, and then there was good. I don't know if you've are the mod materials online yet? Do you know, Mr. Jeffrey?
I do not know. I can look right now while you're going through your list here. Let's find out.
That's okay. I can look too. You can.
No, I'm curious.
They are.
And so we already covered the HR consulting. We discussed that we we're going to have a work plan for education and outreach, and I didn't see that. We also talked about rules revisions, and I don't see. I think we're going to discuss that this month, but I didn't think that's practical given this late hour. But I think, as I mentioned, talking about revisions for tree plans and street sweeping. We've already discussed, IT providers. I think we should be, if we don't have the right one, find one. I've already gone through a list of all those. I've already discussed the fact we never adopted accounting procedures. I do have an issue about fees for holding back fees or amounts for documentation and how we set that number. And I believe I was even the one who suggested that we be able to do that, or that we do that. And I'm just curious as whether we have a basis for setting that. I know I've beat this dead horse, but I saw again in the pay application the reference to 5%. And again, we don't have a policy, so I don't know what we're going to be retaining on contracts, and that can end up going to be a case-by-case basis, in which, as I said before, that could be a arbitrary and capricious issue. I think we're going to have a follow-up with Duck Lake. I didn't see that we had that. We also had discussions about Lotus Lake. There's Lotus Lake, there's Mitchell Lake, the weed and issues. We talked about it during the CAC about is there something we can do about Nobel Springs? Whether we get easements, purchases of property, that's already been brought up, but I assume you're going to bring that up at the next one. I have listed here COVID, but I am going to assume, in light of the outbreak from China, that nobody is in a hurry to have in-person meetings anytime soon. At least I'm not. given my medical condition. So the question I have is, when are we going to review the 2022 financials? And be able to review those next month, or?
That's at the February workshop, yep.
Okay, we get those listed. What's the, and then again, to follow up on when ultimately we go back to in-person meetings, if you formalize the plan for, arrangements, air filtration, etc. But my guess is nothing's going to happen until June after we get through the winter months. And as I said, I'm okay with that. There was a reference in the staff report to a possible sharing of administrative assistant.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so met with 9 Mile Creek, Randy Anhorn, and Erica Snagowski, because they're in need of an office assistant, and we're in need of an office assistant. They don't think they've got full-time work, so we talked to Michael Welch, legal counsel, about what would be involved if we were to share the staff. I think it's a really good idea. What we had come up with in talking with 9 Mile would be, we would hire them as we had agreed to, or had the resolution for, and then we would bill them a prorated rate. So you work with legal to draft that agreement as to what those rates would be, that they would have to reimburse us. As far as the time split, we were thinking 60% with us, 40% with them, but we don't know how that schedule would work out exactly. Our board meetings and their board meetings are staggered, so we suspect it would probably follow that meeting schedule.
Well, I just have a suggestion and a comment. These get to be really sticky. I've had experience with these. I recommend looking at full day, whether it's 3 days this week, 2 days next week, whatever it is, but do everything on a full day basis. Don't get down to hours, because that's a disaster waiting to happen. Yes. And benefits get to be a problem, covering benefits. So that needs to be looked into with some care.
So yeah, that would be part of the rate that we would charge, and then we would be responsible for all of it. And then, we would just say, what is the hourly cost of having this person? And then that would be what's assessed. But yeah, legal would be drafting that agreement. Since Smith Partners is legal for both 9 Mile and Riley Purgatory, that makes it a little bit easier. We don't have to have 2 different attorneys trying to work it out. So,
well, actually, it's more difficult because there's an immediate conflict of interest. So we would have to waive that. Just not to put a pin in your balloon, but that is a technical conflict of interest that we would have to consider and waive. And I fully recommend it be on a day basis. Here's a day rate, and you get them from whatever 8 to 5, and this is what you pay us. And of course, provide for overtime if they go over 8, I guess the standard 8 hours. I already addressed this to some degree, but I just can't reiterate enough that, using staff time to try to chase down computers and systems, et cetera, and HR has a cost. It costs us your time and your wages. So the fact that we end up paying consultants is it's not like we're paying for something we otherwise wouldn't have to pay for, because all that time costs us money. And too many times I think we forget that. Can we get an annual evaluation of current and past projects? And the reason I asked for this is that we had some projects where we had new technology, and I want to know how that technology is working out. So we look back and so we have that data if we decide to use it again. Let's see. And again, I'm a strong believer in work plans, you know, for everybody. Once you do one, it's probably just a repeat every year with a few tweaks. So then everybody knows it. But the biggest part, as I said before, is I used to call the Mack truck or the MTC bus. Somebody gets run over. Do they have a game plan? They know exactly how to jump in, and maybe it's two people that we end up losing for reasons or one reason or another. And that goes to disaster preparedness plans as well. And I don't know what's happening to per diem, why my per diem is not being processed, but I ask that you please check into that and fix that. And then my final thing is that I submitted a multitude of comments on the website. To date, I haven't gotten any responses as to my my comments with some suggested changes. And let me see, I have one other. Make sure I've covered everything. Oh, it goes to, and I assume when we review the financials, we will be looking at any impact on the 2023 budget.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure that ends up going down my list. I also note, you know, the Minnesota Department of Administration puts on multiple seminars and webinars on Data Practices Act and the open meeting law. I suggest people attend those, particularly, you know, new staff or managers. And that at this point concludes my comments, my report. And it's been a pleasure working on the governance committee and being the vice president. And I, you know, wish you all well.
Thank you. Manager Crafton, did you have anything?
Not at this time. There's gonna be some stuff coming out from Maud, but they haven't finished up, and they're doing a lot of just technical things to get ready for the change, etc.
Okay. Manager Pedersen,
Nothing at this time.
Manager Duval.
I guess just a general question. I guess it's regarding MOD, but with the new legislative session starting up and all the money rolling around St. Paul, does that impact anything that we may be looking at or doing that requires looking at things a little bit differently than we may have in the past? And I'll just throw that question out.
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, the day with the legislature is coming up in February. I'll be attending that. I don't know, President Ziegler, if you received the invite from Jan.
I did receive the invite and I was planning to attend also. I'm not sure if I may be able to charge that to Maud or, you know, one of the two, I guess, not both.
Okay. And then beyond that, at the last MAWA meeting, we did have Jim Jaschke spoke to us, DNR spoke to us about what's going to happen with those dollars. They suspect it'll go into existing grant programs and be passed through on that. But right now there is no actual decision about how that will be passed through. But yes, that will definitely have a bearing on grant availability coming up.
So just curious about with our discussions about the land acquisition and grants, if that's something we should be digging into harder.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of that is the infrastructure money, so we'll see if how it plays out.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
So while we're on this topic, there are some resolutions that were passed and things that we're trying to support. I guess I should have brought that up. But one of them is the salt or chloride bill, trying to get that limited liability inserted into law, where if the applicators are certified and trained and they follow all the procedures, that limits the liability for business owners to be sued. So that was an important one. Also, getting the cap lifted on our watershed districts that are in greater Minnesota areas where the property values aren't as high. So they want to move that more to what we have in the metro, where there's just a certain percentage that's applied, as opposed to the $250,000 cap. So those are two I know. I'm not sure if there's anything on wakeboards or any of that, but those two in particular are really important. Keep the salt out of our lakes, and I think there was one about opposing any kind of legislation that would inhibit watershed districts' ability to function and do what they're supposed to do as mandated in statute. So those are things that would probably be discussed, Manager Duval, at the educational part of that. I've always gone. I thoroughly enjoy that, and generally you have an appointment and you go to see your legislative people. I'm just going to have to call mine because I'm having surgery on the 13th, so I don't think I'll be in any position to be going there. So,
Well, the offer still stands, Manager Kraft, and I'll wheel you around if you want.
okay.
Okay, any other, the administrator report, like Terry, you just did that? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what I've got can wait until the workshop. I will have the workshop schedule at that we'll go through, and it's going to be really, the managers are going to have to decide how they want to prioritize them. A lot of topics. So we'll do that. We met with staff from BAR and Manager Crafton, and I think we've at least started to gather some traction on where we want to move with the ecosystem services. So they're going to be preparing a scope that we'll be bringing back to the board for their consideration. We did meet with the Lotus Lake Association to talk about treatment this year and take their comments on it. Other than that, yeah, I think everything else we'll bring out at the workshop.
President Ziegler?
Yes, Manager Crafton.
Well, I just had one question, and this is for Josh, really.
Might be sleeping.
The phytoplankton are going to Green Labs? Is that a new lab?
Yeah, currently we have been using BAR, but the person Meg, I'm gonna pronounce her name wrong. Meg Rade, I'm pronouncing it wrong, but she's the one that usually does it, and she is on like an extended vacation, so she wasn't able to get to it. So that's why I was gonna be using them. She recommended them. They when looking at a lab to do phytoplankton, each lab does it a little bit different, it seems, and we want it done consistently with what BAR has done in the past so we can compare directly. So that's kind of what I was looking for. But
Okay, that sounds good. I hadn't seen that one before, so.
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the next item was the legal counsel reports.
Mr. President, managers, given the hour, I'll be really brief. I think you're generally up to speed with the state of the Spring Valley Friends litigation. It's still sitting with the Court of Appeals, and the Eden Prairie trial has been postponed into the spring. Maybe at another meeting when there's more time, I will discuss with you the continuing kind of interpretation of the Minnesota Supreme Court's decision in the Circle Pines versus Anoka County case about watershed manager appointments. There was a district court decision in Anoka County that ruled that one of the manager appointments was void because the Anoka County Board didn't adequately consider the hydrologic areas of the watershed in making the appointment. And that will beg for watershed districts and counties to give more thought to what the hydrologic areas of the watershed are understood to be. In this watershed, it might be, more straightforward than in others. But that's not a pressing issue for tonight, but I just want you to be aware of it. That's it.
Okay, so the next item was upcoming board topics, which include the tentative workshop schedule. And I believe that you're going to do something with that and let us know.
Yeah, I will be sending that out, President Ziegler. I'll be sending it out to the manager shortly, so that you have time to consider it before the meeting. It'll be prioritized as I think it'd be best to handle them, but of course, managers have their discretion to decide what they would like to have when, so.
And then the upcoming events, we've got the workshop on the 19th of January, volunteer recognition event on the 20th.
You should have
The
received
managers.
Yeah, you should have received an invite for that.
Okay. Good. The Chanhassen February Festival on February 4th.
And we did order some flagging for that, some taller flagging for that. So a little more visibility.
Excuse me, Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
can somebody refresh me? What's the workshop on again on June 19th?
Oh.
Is Hennepin coming then?
Well, Hennepin, thank you. Hennepin County Environmental Services is going to be presenting on their, they're going to be presenting on their climate resiliency
Climate
plan.
action plan,
Yeah,
yes.
so we'll have, and then as well, Karen Gallus will be talking about how their water resource is going to tie into that. So ultimate hope is to be able to find new partnerships and forge new ideas.
And we're going to be doing that remotely.
That will be done remotely. That is
Okay.
correct. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Then it looks like there's a Lake Association Summit on February 21st.
Yep.
Are we
Still-
invited to that?
Yeah, I mean, we could have managers come. We would have to notice it as a meeting but that's fine. Sure. You live on
Yes.
lakes.
Mr. President?
Well, I don't, but some of us do.
Well,
Manager
Mr.
Cook?
I would suggest that we notice it, so if we show up, we don't have to worry about having a meeting in violation of the open meeting law. I think we've had enough of those in the past 12 months.
Yeah, so you'll go ahead and
the-
notice that for us.
Yep, President Ziegler, managers, the intent is not to have all of the members of a lake association show up. We really like to just have the officers be more productive rather than having too many cooks in the kitchen. We really want it to be an exchange of ideas, educational background, and lake management, the things that the district are doing, and a chance for the associations to network with each other and collaborate where they might find it.
Okay, and then the last thing is Riley Purgatory Summit and the dates to be determined.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the one we've held every year, and that tends to be with the technical people, the DNR, PCA, people like that, Met Council show up. So it's an exchange of technical information that's been going on in the district.
Okay. That is everything I had written on the agenda that I printed. Was there anything else that we missed?
Not that I am aware of, President Ziegler.
Okay. Well, it is pretty late. I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll move that we adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Do we need a roll call vote? I think we do.
Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duell,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
I'll abstain.
Manager
Yeah,
Pedersen.
laugh, President Ziegler. Got enough of those comments. I like the video that I've got.
President Ziegler.
I will vote yes.
Motion carries 4-0-1.
Good night, everybody. Have fun shoveling if you haven't done it yet.
Well, it's coming down again in case you hadn't noticed, so might be shoveling again.
stay safe, everybody.
All
Yeah.
right. Good night.
Thanks all.
Have a good night.
Night,
night all.
Good
Good night.
night, Scott.
Good night.
night. Liz.